Yes. He's the director of something. Yes, that's right. And we were having a conversation in their style of interest. They don't use sales. I kind of like more of a theory, right? The first product. That's their style. That's all the visual style that they have. And I decided to just kind of poke the bear with it. Like, so Justin, what's up with that? Are you a movie guy? I
can't believe we're BCS. That's the thing you said.
What? Oh, I just was thinking like it was just a conversation. I was just like,
If I had a conversation with BCS, a lot of other things I was looking at.
man. See, here's my solution to the problem with BCS is that
I lost my access. I started never caring.
I do things. No, it works. It's kind of better. But yeah, it's something.
But it should at least function on it.
Well, so they're doing a lot of doing a lot of really freaking
10 minutes to put a parking spot out there.
I know. They're all swarming out there. I want to do something. I did like the fourth
oh gosh, you're switching ORM.
Okay, part of like
I saw somewhere. Okay, I saw
I just got I just go all the way up.
And then some of those things started. Totally weird. I would never recommend. They're great reviews. They're great reviews. Yeah. That is the way. It's like, oh my God.
This is the secret ingredient.
One couple of homes. Anyways, you can do this one. Let me know. Right here. There's no eight. Charlie started this one is through Jack. Good deal. See ya. My deuces. There you go. Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Well, that's not everything. Wait, is that what you're expecting?
No.
What hard you're talking
What I did, I know I'm not going to get it.
Yeah.
There's so many comments in the top. It's like,
Yeah.
Are you the key? Yeah.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Let's go ahead and get started. All right. So for today's class, we'll be looking at three things. The first is we'll be revisiting JavaScript objects. We'll do a quick revision about JavaScript objects, properties, methods. Then we'll look at a newer concept that is in JavaScript. It's called JavaScript constructor. Okay, and I see newer because with the evolution of JavaScript, they are introducing some of the concepts. Those concepts are kind of borrowed from different other languages, and we'll go through them, and I'll kind of show you what I think about those. But this is one of the concepts that has been borrowed, and it's in a more newer versions of JavaScript. So it's called JavaScript constructors. The last thing we'll be doing activities using constructors, using user inputs, and all of these would be in Node.js. The syntax is still JavaScript, but since we have looked into Node.js, we will be just writing JavaScript files. No need for any HTML anymore for now. So we'll be just using Node.js to run those JavaScript files. There's no particular Node.js syntax or anything to them. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. The first exercise is a little bit refreshing our memory about JavaScript objects. So what I'll do, I'll do it over here, and you guys, follow. Or if you guys want to do the exercise together, it's fine. But I'm going to do this with the class together so that everybody is on the same page, kind of gets a refresher what JavaScript objects we saw like a couple of weeks ago are. Okay, let me make this a little bit bigger. And then the other activities are, we'll do that. You guys are going to do that. So if you see activities on the left, we have 4 activities today. They seem less, but number 3 and number 4 are really huge activities. So they are going to take most of the time, right? But those activities kind of build upon the concept that we are going to learn today. Okay. Let's see. The first one, it says make a dog object with 3 keys. First key is called raining with a value of 3. Second key called noise. Third key called make noise, which contains a function which console logs the noise to the screen if it is raining dogs. All right. Let's start with the first one. So make a dog object with 3 keys. Okay, so let me go ahead and create a. Let's create it here. We'll say DC for dogs and cats. Alright, so the first thing it was saying, I need to make a dog object. Alright, so how do we declare an object? We saw in previous, same keyword var as any variable. We'll say dogs, okay, is equal to, and for objects, data type, for arrays we have square brackets, for objects we have curly brackets. Awesome. So create my curly brackets, close it so that I don't have to worry about the closing brackets. All right, now let's go ahead. An object contains properties and methods. The first thing it is saying, the first key called raining, key is equal to properties. So just another name. Okay, so we'll create a property called raining, which is set to true. Okay, raining. Okay, we'll set it to true. Since I have more properties, separate them out with a comma. Let's go back and see the second property. It says is noise. Set it to wolf. Okay, so I'll say noise. Okay, and the third is a method or a function. Okay, make noise, which contains a function which console logs the noise to the screen if it is raining dogs. Okay, so first thing is to make a method make noise. Since this is a function, I'll use the keyword function. Okay, function, curly brackets, I'll close my function. Okay, any questions so far? Right, simple objects that we have seen before. We're creating an object which has 3 keys. 2 of those keys are properties and 1 is a method. Okay, now in this method it says which contains console logs the noise to the screen if it is raining dogs. Say I see if, so I need a if statement, right? I have to do something with if. Okay, if it is raining dogs. Since these are the keys inside the object, I would access it using this keyword, correct? This dot raining is true. If it is raining, then I'm going to do a console log. Okay, this dot noise. Okay. So let's go ahead and test this function out and see everything is working. So I will say console log. Let me call this function dogs.makeNoise. Okay. And this should, if everything looks good, it should print out wolf. Okay. Because the reason this dot raining is true and I have set it already to true, so it should output something. So let's go ahead in my console. Let's resize this. All right. So I'm in 01. Okay, make sure. Okay. So node bc.js. Okay. So I see a wolf. I see an undefined also. That's weird.
Can you put a console log in a console log like that? Or does it,
What was that?
Because you're console logging a console log everything away, right?
That's true. Yeah. So it's like doing like twice. So you don't actually need this. Good catch. Okay, let's better this. Okay, so now we have this object. Looks good, works. Let's go to the second one. Same thing, make a cat object with 3 keys, raining, noise, and the third key, which contains the functions if it is raining cats. Okay, looks to be the same thing. Let me go ahead and create one more. I can just copy paste this. Oops. Let's rename this to cats. Okay. And it is saying set the raining to false. So let's go ahead and set it to false. This will be different noise. Okay. If raining is true, everything else is good. All right. So let's go ahead and test this function out too. So cats.makeNoise. Okay. It only outputs still wolf. It's not outputting the mew. What was that? Rename make noise. No, this is part of this object. So we saw a little bit of scoping, right? So these are contained within it. So, but there's something else that's the issue.
The Boolean set to false.
The Boolean set to false. Yep. So this thing over here is set to false. When I check over here, it says, oh, it's not true. So that's why it doesn't make that noise. So instead of changing anything over here, what I can do is I can just fix it over here, saying gets.raining is equal to true. Okay, I'm assigning this value to true. Now when I run this, it should output mew. Okay. Let's see. All right. Any questions? Okay. Everything pretty clear. Simple objects. All right. Now let's see. There's a bonus. Let's see if we can do this one really quick too. Create a function called mass hysteria, which takes both cats and dogs. Okay. Print this out. Dogs and cats living together. If both the keys raining is true. Okay, let's go ahead and create our function. So I'm going to create my function. Let me just use this. Okay, and this will be called mass hysteria. Okay. I don't need any. Let me see. Maybe I can pass these in just for fun. So I can say dogs object and cats objects. Okay. You can do without it also. I'm just saying. Since these are all kind of like global over here, both of these are visible. So you don't really need the parameter, but just showing you a different way. I mean, function with parameters. What was the thing that if both dogs.raining is equal to, now I'm going to write it differently. You saw I was saying this dot raining is equal to true, but in JavaScript you can evaluate the same statement, and this will also work. That I don't have to explicitly say is equal to true. This statement, if it says dog.raining true, then JavaScript will understand that I'm saying this is equal to true. Okay? Yes.
Because you're passing the dogs and cats into the function, can't you just call if dogs and cats, and then later on pass it the dog name value?
Yeah, you can do that. It's just different way. You actually don't even have to pass anything.
Right,
but
because you're
yeah,
gonna pass
you can do it.
Whatever.
Yeah, just pass in raining. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So the other suggestion is I pass in the exact values like raining values instead of the whole object. You can do that too. So different ways to do it. Yeah. So I say dogs.raining is true and cats.raining is also true. Okay. And then so I'm going to console log. I'm going to be lazy and just copy this. It's like too much to write here. Okay. Okay, so right now cats is also set to true, dogs is also true by default, so this should print something out. Looks like I'm still missing something. What was that? Comments. Awesome. So I have to call this function, of course, so I will say this and just pass in my dogs. Cats objects. Okay, awesome. And if I did not set this, it will not show up, right? Okay. Questions? Looks pretty good, right? Simple objects, calling those functions, something from the previous ones. So this was just a refresher so that we can go into the next exercise. So before going to the next exercise, you see we talked about the dry principle. Do not repeat yourself, right? And if you see, we are repeating a lot of stuff, right? So let's suppose I have a third animal and it's called duck, right? I have a duck object. Oops. So what do I have to do to make this work? I have to write out or copy the whole thing again and then put it down and then make the same thing work, right? If I have 3 more, I have to keep doing the same thing, right? So for this, to reduce that, what's the, I mean, I'll introduce this, but even before this, what do you guys think we could resolve this issue with? Like usually the repetition, what do we use if you don't want repetition? I heard functions. Excellent, right? So in your exercises, previous activities, homework assignments, and all this stuff, you've seen that, you know, when there's a lot of repetition, we were replacing this with functions. Okay. Now we can do the same thing over here, and that's what we are going to see. So constructor is based in JavaScript. Constructor is basically a special function. That's all it is. Okay. Now what does a constructor mean? It's literally what the word is, constructor, right? So it constructs something. And what does it construct? Objects. Okay, that's what a constructor is used for. It is used to creating objects or constructing objects. Now you can ignore this. This is my personal opinion. JavaScript has borrowed this concept from other languages, such as much sophisticated ones like Java, C#, and other ones. And the constructor and objects over there are like true constructor and objects. JavaScript, again, to attract programmers. So there's something called object-oriented programming. If you have done some this is a big deal in languages such as C#, Java. They have been built upon this concept. The concept is, again, very high level. It's kind of a concept that everything is an object, and that's how you write your code. JavaScript never had this, and JavaScript is not supposed to. That's not how JavaScript is, as being a client-side language. There's a wild west. But as JavaScript grew more popular, a lot of people demanded, oh, we need to do something about this. JavaScript doesn't have this. A lot of programmers wouldn't switch over to JavaScript because of the reasons and the switch between languages. So in the coming newer versions, JavaScript is like coming up with some object-oriented concepts. They're kind of introducing them. And one of those, the first one that we are seeing today, is a constructor. Again, it's not a true constructor. What they did is they're just faking it up. They're like, hey, wrap it up in something nice and call it a constructor. That's my personal opinion. But constructor is there. It's coming in the newer versions of JavaScript. So it's good to know. If you say, if you're writing a big project, and you're using a lot of constructor and you run into issues, I would say don't use constructors. Because again, within the scenes, behind the scenes, it's not like a true constructor what it is supposed to be, but it is there. Yes?
So is it any of the best practices to use it?
Personally, I have never used a constructor in my code, and I am in JavaScript. When I'm writing JavaScript, I don't use constructors. But what it goes into is when you go into more writing Node.js and React and Angular and those frameworks, those are kind of built in such a way that you would have to require constructors, and they have more exposure to those. So it's kind of good to know the concept and know that JavaScript has something, so that when you switch over to something which is not vanilla JavaScript, you will be like, okay, I know this, and So I've used it in Angular. I've done some Angular programming, so I've used constructors over there. It's kind of option. Yeah, you don't have to. There's other ways you can get by it. But for now, the concept is there, and I want you to understand that concept and use it in the exercises so that, when you come across it, it's not like, oh, what is this, right? Okay? All right, so let's go ahead and look at the next exercise. Okay, so we are going to do the same exercise, and this time we are going to do using constructors. So let me create a new file, dc. Okay, so you guys will see I've already uploaded the code for this one. You guys can see how it is, but what I'm going to do is I want to make sure everybody understands, so I'm going to type this thing out so that it's kind of clear. The font is fine, right? Everybody can see it clearly, or should I? It's good? Okay. Let's see how it comes out. Okay. All right. So I said, what is a constructor? Constructor is something as a object constructor. It constructs an object, and in JavaScript, it's a special function. Okay. So if it's a function, the syntax would be similar. we are going to create a function. So I will say function, okay? And then it has a name. So I'm creating a dogs and cat constructor. So constructor is something that is more generalized to your object. So let's suppose right now in my case, I have cats, dogs, ducks. They kind of are, well, they're not kind of, they are animals. So something more generalized would be constructor. Let's suppose I have students, programmers, teachers. They are persons. So a more generalized constructor for all of these objects would be person. Okay, so a little more generalized. Now, by standard, there's no syntax issue if you don't do it. By standard, so that somebody else is looking at your code, what we do is every time we create a function, which is a constructor, or if we create a constructor, the first letter is uppercase. Okay, anytime I see this function, usually what it is, it's camel casing, right? We use, like in the previous one we saw make noise, it was camel casing. But when you are creating constructor, follow this practice. The first letter of your constructor should be uppercase. And I would say should be because that's the standard practice. And JavaScript doesn't enforce it, of course, but some other languages, they absolutely enforce it. So it's better to get into the habit of that. All right. From the syntax, of course, you cannot tell if this is a constructor or not. If you look at it, it's just a function, right? So just to make sure that everybody understand what's going on, I have a constructor in my code. I write the first letter as uppercase. Okay. Now, just as a function, constructor also can take parameters or arguments when you call that. So let's go ahead and create our arguments from the previous one. So in this, my properties were raining and noise. So I'm going to create parameters for both of them. I'm going to say raining and noise. Because these are, if you see, these are the two common properties over here. Make noise is there. We'll see how to use make noise. But these two, raining, noise, these are the properties inside my objects which are common. So I can put those in my parameter list. Okay. Now, similar to our objects, I'm going to assign these. This dot raining is equal to raining. Okay. Now, note over here that I'm saying this dot raining, but I'm not declaring that variable or anything. It's kind of like a, for now, you can say it's like a special kind. So JavaScript is fine with it as long as you are treating this as a constructor. Okay. So I will say this dot raining is equal to raining, and this raining, this variable is coming from this one. So these two has to be same. Okay. I have a noise, so I will say this noise is equal to noise. Again, this should match this one. So this is how I write my constructor. We'll see how I call it. Okay. Now my third object, third key was a method which was make noise. So I can do the same thing over here, make noise, and this was a function. I don't need to do this. This is my function. Okay, and in this function, in both cases, cats and dog, the purpose was if it is raining. So I'll use a shorter index. If raining, if this is raining is true, then console log this dot noise. Okay, so far again it still looks like a regular JavaScript function. There's no difference other than I just created with the uppercase. That's also fine over here. Okay, if I look at it right now, it doesn't, other than this, it doesn't really tell me it's a constructor or not. I'm basically creating a function. I'm passing in two parameters, raining and noise, and I'm just setting those values in my function. Okay. So what defines it when I go ahead and create my objects using the constructor. Okay, in the previous example, my first object was dogs, right? And then I had like this, and I had my properties, right? In this case, I don't have to do it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use my constructor with a keyword called new. Okay, every time you see the keyword new, you are calling a constructor. You are creating an object using a constructor. What does a constructor do? It creates or constructs objects. And how does it do it? It uses the keyword new. Okay, at this point JavaScript is like, okay, there's a constructor that I need to call and create an object. I'm going to say animal. The first is raining, so I'm going to pass in true, and then I'm going to pass in, okay, and my dogs object is created. All right, before any questions, now if I want to create my cats object, I would do the same thing. I will say cats is equal to new animal. We had false to start with. Okay, and let's suppose I want to create another one. Let's say true. Okay, and this is how you create and call a constructor and create those objects. Now you see the amount of code that has gone down. Over here I had like, if I had to create a new one, I had to do one more object, creating those objects. All of this has come down to a common function, which is a constructor, and I can keep reusing those constructors. Right, and this is what the advantage that you see of constructor is, that you are not going to repeat a lot of stuff. You write it once and then you just call it. Now you see the maintenance over here, how easy it is to maintain the code. If I want to change something, I'm going to just change in one of these and all of my objects will be synced in. Okay, I don't have to go and do changes in every object that I created. Instead, I just make a change over here and it works for everything. Okay, now how do I call this? Call these values. It's the same. All of these are accessible from my object, so I can say dogs dot make noise, and this will work too. Okay, I can say cats dot make noise. That will work too. Let me do this. Let's run this to make sure there's no errors. Okay, cd. Okay, clear this so that we can see. Okay, so I call same thing. I just call my function, which is part of my object, and it works. I can do the same thing with cats dot make noise. Okay, I don't see cats because I don't have it set it to true. I'm setting it to false. To upgrade that, I can do same thing. I can say raining is equal to true. Okay. Okay, and this raining, this property is matching this one. Okay, this dot raining. If I change it to rain, it's going to stop working because I'm saying it has to be, it has to match this one. Okay, I'll code out the mass hysteria one also, but before that, questions. Yes.
So theoretically, is it possible to make it so the user can input the variable name?
Variable, you can get a user input to make this work too. Yeah, you can
I mean, yeah, but like the true and the noise.
Yeah.
But I'm also like the name of the as well.
The name of the object?
Yeah. So instead of cats, it's something you use.
Okay. So let's suppose you want the user to enter cats. Okay. The user entered cats and then what happens?
Then it asks them, is it raining and what's their name?
So this thing, you're saying turn this into an object? Is that the question? We can do it. We'll see in the next exercise. I kind of understand what you're saying, that the user inputs something and then they go ahead and convert it into an object, or the output is kind of similar. Like, I'm not hard coding basically these things. Is that something close?
Yeah, I guess it's what I'm asking. Doing hard code.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a way. Yeah, we'll see in the exercise towards the end of the class, the last exercise. It does have a challenge where you have to make it work with the user input. We'll see that. But is the concept clear? How do we use a constructor? Kind of advantages of this constructor, common code, put it over there, much easier to instantiate. There's when you come to constructors, objects, you will hear another word, instantiate. This is also, it's more common in Java, C# and those languages. This basically just means creating an object using a constructor. That's what it means. Okay?
So, just general question. This does seem more efficient. But
yeah.
You're saying that you don't really have to
right.
do this in your own stuff?
Right. So in this exact particular situation, yes, it does seem more efficient. I have a less amount of code. But again, it depends on your use case. I'm not sure how many times you're going to run into something that is this common. Again, it depends. I haven't done into a project where, there was like so much common code. And it might be the case that since we are building an application using JavaScript, we think in a different way to create our projects. Right? You might run into a case where this will be. Yeah. But basically, you can see it's just a function. I could just do this thing, create a function, and do it without doing a new thing, right? I mean, there was when JavaScript did not have a new keyword, how would you do it? Basically, it's just still a function, and you pass in something and do it. Technically, I don't really need the new keyword, but it's there now. So, yep. All right. So the last part was creating that mass hysteria. Does anything change, or I can exactly copy paste this function and it will still work? What do you guys think? Like literally just copy pasting without changing anything. I think it should work. I don't see any difference. Let's check it out. Yep. Okay. Yeah. It's the same thing. Yes.
So I have a question about the new keyword. Did you say you don't need it?
No. You need it. If you're declaring an object, you absolutely need it. Yeah, it's not going to work without the new keyword. Now, he was asking, if I was saying in the previous version when there was no new keyword, how would you do it? You would basically create a function and just call it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then you don't need this, all this stuff. Now, the problem over here, what would happen is, can you call this without the new keyword? Yes, you can. JavaScript will not complain. But be careful what is going to happen. If I don't use the new keyword, what am I doing? I'm just calling a function, like a basic function. So what will happen is, if you have this variable as a global declared somewhere, it's going to get overridden. Right now, it doesn't seem so much because we don't have that much code. But let's suppose I'm using a global variable declared somewhere above the function. Since I'm calling it as a function, the scope says global variable, it's going to get overridden. So be careful, don't call this without the new keyword. Okay. Right now, yeah, it's probably doesn't make sense because we don't have that much code, but just be careful. If you are using a constructor and you're creating an object with that intention, do use a new keyword. Make sure that's how it is done. Okay? All right, let's go ahead. You guys go ahead and let's do the next exercise. Let me see if there's anything else before. So we did this. We did the cats and dogs. Okay, so the next exercise, it's not, I wouldn't say it's difficult, it's just like, kind of a little bit lengthier. It's lengthy, there's a lot of functionality that is being asked, but the purpose of this, it will get kind of, refresh your memory about objects again, and then, make sure that you guys are able to write constructor well, okay? So this will take some time, so go ahead and start working on this. I'll walk around, we'll be going around. If there's any question, let me know. And after half, I'll start coding this out also, so that, if you guys are stuck in some functionality, you guys can take a look at it and see what's going on. Okay. And I would say these, you can break these down individually. So as you write code, do a console log, make sure everything is working, so that, don't write the whole thing and try to run it and see if there's any issue. Over the course of this activity, we are going to be using constructors. Each character using your constructor should have the following properties. Okay. So these look all property, 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 property. This one looks to be a method. Okay, print stats. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 properties and one method. Please feel free to have a discussion among yourself if there's any confusion.
still a function, but
So that's something's
Yeah.
all the ones that are listed until you get down to. I think I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 6. Oh, you did it. It doesn't matter what it's called, right? I'll see anything else that you can put in there.
Yeah. Yeah, I graduated from the last. Yep, I got a
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You have any questions? You understand the concept of constructors? They showed us. Yeah, think about it this way. Constructors, I mean, there's no real complicated thing about constructors. Just How you guys doing? Good. You guys good? Yeah. Any questions? Sure. See what you got. Yes. I would say you're on the right track. Okay. What about him? Yep, that's right. Yeah. So the thing between like strings and numbers in JavaScript is JavaScript mentioned will be smart enough to essentially figure out something that's close to the and it's important that whenever you say var a equals new character, you have to make sure that a string that you do pass in a number, because obviously we can't do any arithmetic with strings, right? So that's the thing with JavaScript. It's like you can't really declare a specific type, so you have to like you can't say, strength is a number. You can add a comment to show the user that, hey, we're expecting a number here, but yeah, you just have to make sure to put in a number where you're supposed to go, put it straight or strings.
Oh, yeah.
Right. In the parentheses, so those are essentially people say arguments, people say parameters. They're kind of the same thing. But anything that goes inside the parentheses of a function, Daniel typically refers to arguments. In order for essentially what a function does is, you select it gives you sort of output, right? But you can have a function that which is subject to
Okay, so I'm trying to do like this stuff
print
level
name.
up or whatever.
But
So if
functions
I do
that
with the
take
print
a
status,
specific
level up in the print status.
you
If
take
I
those
do plus
inputs,
equal, just add 25 to
so
the
you can
end.
think of them as arguments.
But then if I just do plus, it doesn't do anything.
So yeah, just think of them as inputs to a function. So, in order for this function to be able to run, we're going to need to supply some sort of arguments for the parameters.
Should just be this.html.
Make sense? Sweet. Good deal.
Yeah, so it's the last part of that. Oh wait, maybe it's because it's a string.
Yeah, it's 'cause it's a string. You need to pass it along.
Good. Yeah. On track. Fair enough.
Okay.
Plus
No
equal
errors.
should work.
I was like, am I gonna have to do like this.html equals this.html plus my
Yeah, that's the funky part about everything being a bar, is that if it only gets a type when you assign it something.
Yeah. Kind of weird. It works now though.
I don't use this, so I need to do this.
I always do my opening.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah, they're really good at it. We're not going to use stats. We're going to print these actual. Yeah.
As you got
You can do it in whatever format you want.
That would make more sense.
Yes. Yeah, you can just use
Yeah, before you write all of those out, I would just run this. Create infrastructure down here.
yeah, so it doesn't need to be, oh yeah, especially when you need it.
Like that.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons I always do my opening.
That makes sense.
So you were saying, we gotta do this.
Yeah, so now we have to call our constructor. So me here.
You got like and everything like set. I got the level up.
You don't need to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look at
Best way, but it works.
yeah, it takes a while. You've done something quite a few times.
All there.
It'll kind of stick in your brain, but honestly, I do this stuff all day, every day. That is.
Just Google. Okay, so
Well, I mean,
So like here, we have our animal constructor here.
Right.
Down here, we're creating a dog here.
Right.
Animal, and then we're passing it down.
Okay. So.
I know that it's
Yeah, well, you can even.
Yeah, I think I've seen this.
Oh yeah. Pretty much any modern day JavaScript. It's the new way. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. React is actually good. So React. That's fine. Yeah. So
We
React.
want to pass in, these are our parameters right here. The name,
Mainly just functions.
we don't need to.
Oh, yeah.
Structures. Now it's
Whatever you want.
And these all have to be.
Oh, yeah. You gotta call
Okay, so that you can interact with those later on.
So can you do that as one thing?
Yep, Thomas said right. This is what's the attribute. So
Oh,
if you're
gotcha.
different in-
Okay.
It's object oriented, but at the same time, technically doesn't use.
I cannot.
You're
Well, it's just like the idea of another person like looking at your screen while you're trying to do something like
Yeah, exactly. No, not necessarily.
And then you were saying those
I would make these numbers, so that later on, you want to build a game out of it, and you want to compare it against each other. Track around. I mean, straight through. They might go down.
You say
Instead of putting it in.
So you've been literally putting it in there. So I'll say 100 meters. And then
Hit points is how many things do they have? If they were to be attacked.
okay, so they're
Every time they
starting.
get attacked.
They're starting out, right? Okay. Figured. So let's see.
Honestly, I was creating
Because that was the other thing that. So now, back and see what.
Yeah, we can try and call that.
Oh, now we got
Just
it.
like we have the make choice, really, make choice job stuff.
Right.
That's all stats.
Even so,
So it would be like
you'll see that
name and then dot. So
like if you go in and actually look at the
and then
yeah, I don't know what the literally
Because that's the function.
yeah, I mean, well, the concept of the state is
just straight.
the main things
And then
when you use constructors,
brackets and then
I said brackets, but I meant.
essentially the evidence, reasonable, and efficient, right? Because if you just code everything out,
okay.
Now, if you run that file, it should
you don't use a new keyword.
run that thing.
Right.
And it'll force you to
Function.
Right.
out
All those
the
things.
name, because right now we only have the name.
Oh, we gotta add the other one. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, technically it does. That's exactly. So call that, and let's say, you need to get a object.
Alright, so for the name, did I go ahead and add the rest of the stats?
Thank you.
I'm not doing that. People always are like, what are your strings? Is that a battery? How is that a battery?
After I call my, I get like,
Okay.
just like, I don't know where. I'm doing the extra part right now, but that's why I think they're all the
Oh, you got it.
I was so confused. I was like,
So good. I like that.
what is the return?
Good. Peyton. Ha.
You remember?
I remembered.
That makes
The
sense.
one name. The one name I remember.
But there are certain
Second row. You guys can use it.
so there's
I just had a big party. I was on the hour, I think there was some football as I was there. Like when I type in the website name, like, I'm like, yo, what's your account? She's like, I'm like, what's your phone number?
But I don't know.
Appreciate your
there's a number of different factors. Yeah, but it essentially how they send motion, which you pass to no, that's doesn't really permit their work, so letting you you don't want to have a specifically and that way if you separate
I just put it here, just have the 1, 2, and I just run the bundle. And just one time it's going down.
Well, I was.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. When you show her, I have to run the over. I was outside. No, I mean,
I did, I made Super Bowl, so this is I guess if I were to take one, if I did like the hero dot attack, that would work too. But basically, So say hero.attack.
That's how I would do it. I'm not sure if that's like
Writing.hp.
looks like
Subtract hero.attack. I was trying Yeah, I was trying to think about how to do that.
Yeah.
So for the attack method, how do I pass it an object? Like if I want to do like I named my character Will, and I want to pass it, then can I pass it as an object and then like in that function subtract like the object's HP?
Yeah, technically you could. Let's see. I haven't read this one. So, is alive? This one? Function which takes in a second character's hit points and subtract this character's. So you have to pass in the hit points.
Okay, I couldn't pass it the whole object.
Well, you can, but over here it looks like it's saying
So I would like to just pass it. That makes it a little more dynamic, right? If I pass it.
you can pass a whole object.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I like that option better. So just like any variable, yeah, it should work.
Okay.
So you will say attack and then character whatever.
Okay.
And then when you are writing a function, you will take this character dot, yeah.
Minus
Other characters, yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Hit points.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I think that should work.
Like this and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, try. Yeah, I would use the object. Yeah, I'm reading it. Yeah, I would pass in my object too and then use it. You're right. It's more flexible. I have a lot more properties. Yeah.
So when I console log, the only thing I did different is I set a variable comma. I set one normal, and then I can say
I call my character
put that functionality and we're down the This is console log.
Console log.
or not.
Yeah, the comma is. Yeah, comma works. Might not work.
I'm sorry.
What's the output here?
No, I think it's just like a variable, right?
Yeah, it's a character.
There's other variables.
Oh, I have an extra line break in there. I don't need it.
Not that way, basically.
Yeah. So let's see how it comes from for
Oh,
I guess that is like the you theoretically now like will attack also I love how we
Right, like that. There's not like any
Just like I run that finish run stuff. So I can do
like just essentially well similar to the always updating.
So maybe you consider this passing because you're doing other tasks, and then you're passing the string with
That's a good point. Right, with yeah, so I can do that here. For sure.
maybe you I think you guys can
Right.
So I would
pretty simple. Mine's 3 lines. It's okay, little thinking, but
Yeah, I thought of that while I was doing mine, and then I was like, I don't really know how I would do that.
Right, that's the solution. That works out. You got done first. No, why you have to take it.
I was working on it until I started watching I didn't even really know that these were all the structures I had. I was like trying to make it fit me, so I kind of like a little bit.
Well,
I have a lot of little
Men? Is men better than okay? Is it I'm figuring it out or is it I don't know?
Yeah. I need to have like live.
I just haven't asked for it.
So the very top end, we have.
Yeah, it's a lot.
I said, so, you.
Yeah, because the.
It's like a game, I mean, all the time. It seems like the same thing, like X, Y, with light color, so. I guess they weren't exactly how it's supposed to work, but it's like, I don't remember what this is supposed to do.
how to make the global variables. So when I write the function,
I guess it doesn't really do anything.
Okay, so that.
So basically, like for example, this function has a level. I make the person name. That's what you
Okay.
So when you add from Rex,
Oh, I see. Is the level up function within your constructor? So like it'll have to be pretty similar to like this dot have this on it. So I should know that the function here. Yeah, because it's part of the actual character. So and that way, instead of calling character 1, we would say this dot. This dot A, this dot interact with 2 different characters. And so once you have 2 different characters, they're obviously going to be 2 different references. So that way they'll keep track, per object.
Let's make sure.
Oh, you have to change this character 1 to this. So this dot A to this dot string.
It'll get the same result either way.
And since you're doing that, you actually don't need to have a character 1 function, right? It's also take
So
scroll up a bit. Let's take the bar level out. We'll call this dot. There you go. That's good.
So then, I said this character that is this dot string, but it's also our so then
The lens.
Well, that's what I said.
oh yeah, I'm just a little bit more flexible. Right?
That's the global.
I think it's
This way, because I'm either way, and then the other person's.
And they're gonna miss out.
So let's look right here. So I said,
after
this one, this line.
the bracket after
The
this.
top line, you're going to be attacking the other.
It's essentially an object. Let me double check.
So this line is me attacking the other, and then puts his hit points after my top. And this line is the other attacking me, and it puts my hit points after my top. Because the way I set up my attack was that the way it sets the object, so I attack the other, so I'm passing his hit points. And I subtract this one, and this dot string.
Yeah.
What part of that? Yeah, I can do that.
Yeah, each
Yeah, because it wanted to be representing his character.
Oh,
Which I
right.
thought was interesting.
So take the semicolon out. Yep.
We want to take, yeah, because we have to tell it what the semicolon is.
So I think every time after run the 5,
Oh, you know what? I think
that can be something.
copy line 67 and do it twice instead of running it twice. So copy that whole line and then run it twice.
Yeah, because you're always initializing your
yeah,
object over
right.
and over again, so
Exactly.
it's always going to show the same start out with the same value.
It's making
Right.
an object, right?
So there you go, 35, 36, or you apply it on 10. So, because each
Yeah,
time
so
you
you
do
can
it.
The only way you can do
reference
that to where each time you run it, the object is instantiated when you actually start the application. And then store it in a database or persistent someplace else. So that as you call each time, you're calling from the persistence what's current value is. Not because remember at the very beginning of this thing, you run it, you create the object, you create the constructor. Then when you create the object, you're passing in the initial parameters. Each time you run the thing, you're passing in those initial parameters. When you change the flow, you're not persisting that change. So it won't persist each time you run it.
Yeah, so in other words, once the program terminates, that's how you and then the attack function needs to go up so good start though, looking good so far. Yeah, looks good, man. Good, looks good.
Yeah.
Looks good, nice and clean.
Yeah.
Use have new line characters and everything, or just
Yeah, I just copied it. I was looking at what he was doing with the new line there, so I just.
Yeah, the one thing you can do is you know about the new line character.
Like every time you run
It's like
it,
the
it starts
/n.
Yeah.
That'll actually print out //, whichever one.
Is there a way to like
Yeah.
get around that?
There you go. Oh yeah, there you go. /n, yeah. So I mean, you can obviously instead of calling a bunch of just have one, just concatenate things together.
Yeah.
Here I do like
But to each his own.
hero.attack.
Good stuff.
And then like do a hero attack. And that's where say the enemy's health right there. So if I go so they're like
Well, see what I was thinking is this could then print stack
so they're like
function
hero
could then
attack.
take since I got each one, I could
That was the only
actually
way I
have
figured out. If you know you have
like
to
someone
run
asks
it
what's your
every
name,
time.
and I would pass it back to the stack, and it would actually pull it over.
Then I didn't know how to just open up a JavaScript inside the code tool, so I just had to make the
So,
HTML.
'cause, you're not gonna say, hey, who are you? You're gonna say, what's your name? And they would go, oh, my name is Mark. What's your age? Oh,
Well, in that
like
case,
when I'm walking, it's slow, I just be like, well, when I'm bored, I just like move straight from like this.
I don't think it would make that much of a
little
difference
editor right here.
because that function exists within the character constructor. So,
It used to work for
if
FedEx,
you
now it
have
works
some
for
name,
Instacart.
it would make sense to, it would only make sense to have everybody have that's part of that object.
let's say Joyce says Martin.
This
What's your name?
Customer service.
I thought you were talking about, never mind, I thought you were talking about something totally different.
Not quite, like, I just support it, so like, here's my so they go
Okay, yeah, okay, I know what you mean now.
Sorry. No, I did this one.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, so I was thinking something totally different. Gotcha. Yeah, you can do that.
Sorry.
Good deal.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, but I did X. So we were on the right track, but.
There's some areas where it's so
we want to subtract.
So the So I would do this. It's
It's not showing the scratch. I want to see what's working. It's not showing the yeah, so you could attack and then see what's activated.
Right.
And you could even just do this.
So this just refers to the no, only the ones that pop right. So when you write this, so like when you say
So you mean like this?
yes.
Well, so you mean just instead of here. Oh, I'm gonna
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's true. Who knows? Yes, and
It's very simple.
Yeah, it's very hard. You gotta get that's true. But like this.
Yeah, that's what, yeah, because the confidence not increasing.
So the way they have it is that, so basically.
Yeah.
Your heart's not going to upload, but
Yeah, and that's what it wanted you to do.
I'm sure you sort of said
Because
before
your
that.
two is attacking your two takes away that many.
You answered the other question.
Right, but it took away the
Oh, I think you did.
Did that work, Will? The passing, it did? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to do the same thing. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I have to subtract this from the strength, right?
separate window.
Yeah, dude, I just so this is so small. I've always looked at it. So does that make sense? Yeah. It's just like that. Yeah. This photo is on the side. So that's the other side.
And so you can detach it like that. It's real.
Yeah, yeah. It's really flexible. Yeah.
Maybe we just kept mine like down there and just never changed it over here.
Yeah, that's so cool. It's like the terminal and
This thing right here is its own like kind of like code editor sort of.
Right. So it's
Like it has a lot of things, so like you could still like tab, like I don't know, but you can't. No, I guess you can't climb it all up like that. But I don't know. There's some things it doesn't do. Like I don't think it automatically closes. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe it does everything. I just feel like Visual Studio Code works better usually.
yeah, that's some good. I think that's something simple. So this console got me some good intelligence and I have good.
They play the whole game, stick them in there.
Yeah.
No, I applied for the driver too. I don't think I'm gonna get that one. But it's like the warehouse. I get to choose your own hours. Like work whenever I want. Yeah. I applied for one in Chandler, I think.
Yeah.
Any questions so far? So I've completed this until the bonus part. Any questions so far before the bonus part? Yes. So this is the definition of a function, right? So I'm defining this over here right now. No, it's not predefined. So when you're creating a function, right? How do you create a function? You say function, and then you have a name of a function, and then you have list of parameters over here. How do you put the parameters over here? You just say parameter 1, 2, something like this. Right? This is how you define a function. This is the definition of the function. But like this is how you define. You have a function keyword, then you have a name of function, then you have body parameters. This is exactly the same thing. I have a function, and then I have my parameter. I could name it anything. I could say C1, C2, C3, C4. So this is just a definition. I named it character 2 because so that everybody can understand it's an object. It's a character that I'm making so that I can access hit points and all the properties of it. So it can be anything, but over here, what is character 2 now? It's an object. What object is this? It's the part of this object that I created. So that's what I'm passing in inside my function. I'm passing in an object, and what is the type of character that I declared. And I'm passing that because so I can access these properties of this object. So this is just a definition.
Exactly.
When you streamify to
Yeah.
index and something but I don't streamify so I wonder, like, what is the streamify?
So streamify will convert your JSON.
Everybody else is doing it, but they're not.
No, they're not. Then what you do is make the last slice that I know, that's what I mean. I still think I'm 3 to 5. I've made all of them at 8 grade.
And yeah, like these are arguments.
I wouldn't really support that survey to say that.
But honestly,
Not college.
You didn't have to like read it years from now. Hopefully I have to like
Maybe this is too far off. Give it 5 years, man. 2 years. Now.
I was looking at my frequency, I was in the car for 60 hours. 60 hours just driving back and forth over.
Alright, let's do a quick review. Let me know if there are any questions. So we started with this exercise, created a constructor, character, all of these parameters, name, profession, age, these are all the keys of an object, right? And then we started with one simple function which actually prints everything out, console logs, okay? And then we went at the bottom and created 2 objects, okay, and then print those out. Prints everything. The next part was the is alive function. What am I checking over here? As long as my hit points are above 0, this means the character is alive. That's what I did over here. This was added later as a bonus. We'll come back to this one. But without this, at this point, this will work. As long as these hit points are over 0, it says it's alive. Okay. We came back. We checked. Okay, these 2 are alive because both of these hit points are above 0. Okay. The next one was attacking. So in this one, remember this is a function definition. I'm defining the function, I'm not calling it. So whatever parameters that are passing, these are the parameters into the function. So what I'm doing over here, I'm passing an object. Well, at this point, JavaScript doesn't know it's an object. Once my code runs, it's going to interpret and find out this is an object. But you can name is as C2, C, anything, it doesn't matter. But I labeled it with a proper name so that everybody can understand that I'm passing in another object of the character type. Okay, so if this is an object, then this of course has all the properties that are on the top. So I'm using hit points, but you can use name, profession, gender, age, everything is available for this object to be used. Okay, this function was like when the character attacks this character, then reduce the strength. Okay, so strength by whatever the strength of that character is going to reduce. So it's 50, it's going to reduce by 50. It's at 5, it's going to reduce by 5. Okay. The more important point over here is, other than simple data types, you can also pass in objects to your function. Okay. The next one was level up. This just basically increases the age, strength, hit points for the character. All right. Like the previous example, we go ahead and call all of these functions, and this it's going to output the different things that we are console logging. Okay. Any questions still here? Okay. Do you guys get the concept of constructor, how to use it? Kind of comfortable with it? Okay. The next was the bonus, and they were saying, make your characters fight. The best way I could think is, like it's not infinite, but like keep running a loop until one of those character dies or the strength like goes below 0. So that's what I did, and as long as that's where the true and the false came. So if the hit points are greater than 0, I'm returning true, and if they go down, return false. That would be my exit condition for my while loop. Now, just a standard, if you're using a function name, we start with is, like is alive, is exist, and you'll run into those. the standard is that it's going to return a boolean, okay, true or false. All right. So is alive should be saying, okay, is alive true or is alive is false. Usually that's I mean, you can name it anything, but whenever I see a function which starts with the is and something, I'm like, okay, this is going to return me a boolean that I can find. Okay. And that was the bonus part, and it will keep running until one of the character and this character dies or it goes below, and then it will print those out. So that's what you see at the end. Okay. Any questions? Yes.
So does that while kind of like, is it like an interval sort of, or like?
No, it's like for loop, but it what it does is for loop has a limitation. It's not a limitation, like it has you specify the index and it runs on an array. This one you see there is no array, there is no nothing. It will keep running until this condition becomes false.
So like how often does it keep running then? Just like
Forever.
Literally forever.
Literally forever.
Until it means no.
Until this becomes. So here's don't try this. But if you do this while true. Oops. What will happen is your program will never exit out. It will keep running. It will keep running until I guess your memory runs out or something. This is called an infinite loop. So it will keep running, keep running. Try it and don't try it. And you'll see no. and has somebody run into this issue when they're doing assignments or something? Right? Yeah, I have. That's a sign of a true programmer. Just kidding. So you will run into this issue one time. I have done many times, and yeah. So that's while loop is good, but it's kind of dangerous. So make sure that your condition, you know that it's going to exit out, otherwise it's going to keep running forever. Mm-hmm.
What do you do with that?
Command C or Control C, break it. Other option, and then go in. Yeah, and then. Delete your code, restart. Yeah.
Most of the times nowadays, like the program will just crash.
Yeah. Nowadays they have because of the container model, they have program has a dedicated memory. As soon as that runs out, it will come out of it. Yeah. Maybe try on Windows 98 or something. See what happens. Yeah. All right. So we'll take lunch. We'll come back. There's one more exercise, kind of similar, a little more complex, and we'll take a look at that one. All right. See you guys back at 12:45. Send one. Yeah, at the end of the class, I'm going to upload all the solutions.
Yeah. Okay, so we're starting on the app.
Don't we usually?
It's How long do we have for lunch?
12:45.
Well, Jesse, did you finish your work yet?
College football. I think yeah, I was like, probably get about like. That's about 3 years. Maybe like they're getting like. It's coming. And I'm gonna float. The program's that big, I'm mad forever. No, I'm gonna float.
Yeah. Yes.
You run a loop, I guess. It's gonna pull up.
Who's gonna live like that?
I think he was smoking when he come back. Steam coming out.
You know, did anybody unlock their left their computer unlocked? We should like a folder.
It's running right now.
Oh, you started?
Yeah. It's been going since we.
That's pretty good. Oh, there you go.
They're just showing the character data. Yeah, characters.
Yeah, it's a I'm still going.
Eventually it'll just freeze.
Share the.
It'll just stop drinking. It'll freeze and you'll have to like force quit the app or whatever it is.
If one I can put on the screen so you guys can see it.
CPU is gonna get too comfortable.
Not if it's just processing text like that. If it's just printing text. You finished the homework yet by chance?
I'm still working on it.
Yeah. I can't like pull out the Spotify objects correctly. I don't know if I got to that point.
I had a problem with that. Town, no, Branson Town.
Yeah.
It was skeptical check.
So that one, I had an issue with. I don't know if you noticed, but the object that's being returned to you is in a string format. So you need to JSON.parse it first, and then you can access the data inside.
What was the password? Yeah. Yes, I forgot.
We're gonna go off today.
Me.
Who's on my list today?
Me.
See a lot of people in class. Where's Corey?
Arby's.
You know who's over that? This is back to you. Yeah, they will.
No, really.
You won't get a note.
They're sitting in a basket in these locked rooms back there.
No, they're not. I physically tell them.
How did they pretend the locked rooms?
Locked.
Why don't we just
You got moved up. To the second floor. My floor. Is this what you gotta do? Just wait for me?
When we sit in JJ's room,
I've been planning.
the other setup.
I need some way.
You didn't hear from me, but we used the other one when we went to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we
see,
have,
what are you doing? Why are you doing that?
because then we get to.
Like a lot of people.
Just keep it. What are you doing?
Well, so that Tuesday
Don't
next
tell
week.
them. Yeah, why are you?
I'm just asking if I told you.
Like I said, you didn't hear it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I preface.
Positive 9 vote. I don't know.
Well, I'll do it homework. No, sir, I actually have a legitimate issue that I need assistance with. So,
Yeah,
well, it's with the Spotify API that we're doing. I don't know if you know what. Alright, we're using Node.
Oh, I know.
Alright. So like if I try to retrieve just the first track returned by the API, I can pull out the data. But if it's not necessarily the one I'm looking for, because obviously there are multiple songs that exist with the same names.
Yeah.
I'm trying to bring them all back, but when I try to loop through the object returned by the API, it doesn't print anything.
Nothing in console.
And 2 blank spaces, and then it lets me type it again. Even though I'm logging something, it just prints 2 blank.
Yeah. But you are logging something?
Yeah.
That's like the biggest debug issue. Just logging.
And like I tried, and then I'll block it out and do just the single pull again, and it works. I'm just like,
What's up? How did you push that?
yeah.
I'm intrigued now.
I've been like bashing my head on the keyboard for 2
That's
days
why
straight,
it's
trying to figure out just this. And something I can't. Googled it, couldn't find anything. I haven't asked them yet. I'm gonna do that today. I started working on it yesterday, and I was like, okay, so the JSON object returned by the node Spotify API. When you go into the object, you have to call the data object that it returns dot, and then it's an array. Inside the array, there's an object called items. And then inside of items, there's a bunch of stuff. So I'm trying to loop through essentially every album that it returns in items, because each album could be by like a different artist if there are multiple artists with the same song in it. And it won't print out anything out of the folder. But even though I'm specifying like at index I, find this album, I even actually hard coded the one I wanted. I was like, find 0, print 0, and it won't print anything. But if I do it outside of the for loop, it'll just print the first one. Because I hard coded the first one into that portion. But then I was like, oh well, the first song isn't the song I was looking for, so now I have to loop through all the returns and see if I can find the song I'm looking for. And it just won't. Like it prints 2 blank spaces, and then it exits out and lets you start it. This is the strangest thing. Yeah. Take any eyes I can on this.
I'm not blocked.
No, okay.
I doubt that I can't, but I am curious.
You'd be surprised. Any eyes that aren't my eyes.
Sometimes it's just
Yeah. So. This one will always return the first object, which is, so this is what the object comes back as, right? So it comes back, so you have to go into tracks, and then into, so in your tracks you have this items array, and inside the items are all these are the songs that are there, so you have different albums and stuff. So going into data, going into tracks, going into items, the first one. Then the items, the artists, so artists, go into this first one. Artists, whatever, right? Track name, which is right after the items. So just print out all the info. And then console log out. So this one. So the correct information. But if I print out this.
What time are you supposed to be back?
12:45.
So it returns this, right? But this isn't the artist I was looking for. I was looking for this artist, this album, this artist. And it brings back this. So that's because, right, so like, I don't know what I searched here when I copied and pasted. Oh, this was system. So essentially I'm trying to move through this right here and pull out all of that relevant data. Which is of the different albums that this song I searched for exists on, right?
Is there
So
a fire?
it's theoretically one of these could be a different artist.
Okay, alright.
I'm sure there's
Let's
nobody
make
else
sure
that
our
has that.
computer report is
It's
on the
very
tiny
specific.
statement.
It's like,
So are you able to print all the items? You do that. Start there.
I'm gonna try that.
because this is not my fault.
It's all
Your
good.
phone,
Yeah.
and
So I got rid of all these and then I tried to follow. I was just trying to even print just track names out of items, dot, and then so like essentially.
this is for this one program. So if you try to print a name, your memory's right.
So I'm trying to go into item at index I, and then just literally print the name of the song. You're going from here into the object at 0, dot name, right? That's what I'm trying to do. It won't. It won't really go.
So yes, Node.exe is writing up all of your memory. There's no.
So I have this console log. Like this is my input. I have my input console log.
Yeah.
But if I
What did I break? That's all right. I understand.
I don't know.
yeah, so I just did it just so I can make sure. Like,
What did I break on the attack? Because that's what it's causing it. The attack is not
so it just doesn't print it.
It's super weird. Okay, so
Yeah.
put your code and the JSON side by side. Let's walk through this.
Oh, I've been doing that for 2 days now. Split these left and right. You can actually do this before.
You can do like 3 side by side.
Oh, yeah.
I don't have enough real estate for that.
Yeah, no, you can do little ones.
Gabriel said he takes his monitor.
Oh, yeah, I'll have to do that too. I don't have time for that.
So let's put him on this other.
I'm literally going into the data object that's being returned. I just hard coded it. I was like, all right, data dot tracks dot items at index whatever, right? Because we're looking through dot length plus, and then give me the track name.
We try putting it. Make sure it's returning.
Oh, no.
Watch, that's probably gonna be it. I'm for sure.
Wait, stop. Items I? No, items I. Just that. We're looking through. Now run the
Oh, no,
code. You
no,
can
yeah.
take down this.
These are the variables that are given. This slash is yeah.
Oh, your first console.
This, so everything that you use within this is these variables that are you cannot use any of these. Is that the
Thanks,
past?
dude.
Yeah, no problem. Believe me.
I was like, just why
Funny
I
'cause you get like, you
Alright,
get
well,
so
let's see.
stuck on like, well,
Yeah,
why is it
so
this?
for now,
Why is it this? Why is it not there?
Well, let's see if the rest of the stuff
As soon as I-
So, question for you. Is there a way to say, so obviously this,
Because the rest of the stuff
yeah,
looks
right?
solid.
But is there a way I could put an chord?
That's smart.
Yeah.
Comment
Like,
what
so-
you're at the end of
Oh, I
it,
do.
closing bracket.
Oh
I
yeah,
thought I'm gonna steal that.
once you start writing code like this long, you get so lost where what ends if you had like all these together. Because if you're trying to like, so this is one giant. Right.
What do you call that? Impact or whatever. And if there's leftover ones, I'm like, okay, we might that. That's way.
Yeah, because like I'm trying to build this switch out, so like I started with this first one and I was like, shit, I have these, I don't know where they end. So I need to know like this is my next case, right? All this.
Similar to and
And
yeah.
then I have that way
So like I can say if the input 0, 4 is like this.
Yes. Yeah. Still learning?
I know what's
Say, light somewhere, let's use the values. It's fine. I wonder if it's values. Values shouldn't start. Instead of reducing this by this one.
That was so confused.
You get like tunnel vision. That's one of those things like
Also, I was doing this with like having slept for like 18 hours.
one of those things like you ever like something had a problem with that and then slept on shouldn't have problem, but I'll be there for like 2 hours. It's impossible.
It was this. It was me trying to parse this JSON object. I was like, this object is so stupid because it's like it returns an array. Let's start there. And inside that array, there's an object, and inside that object, there's like a million nested arrays with more objects inside. So it's like you don't know when you have to call the 0 for the array to hit the array to hit the object in the array. Like,
Well, yeah, that's not the only array in this object. You know?
Right, exactly. Yeah, it's like you're going into this array, right? And then inside that array, I need to hit this object. Then this object is also an array that has another object inside.
I did it, it took me a while to get down to the actual I didn't even. I thought about like losing here, like, now they're just getting the first one.
No, they're just getting the first one.
You
Yeah.
show, you better get it exactly right. Oh, you want specificity? Go to spot.
Yeah, I mean this
You don't
the
have to
U the U the API was like the first 20 or something. So I was like, whatever, I can do the first 20 if 20 exists. I was just like,
the thing about Spotify is if you search for a song, sometimes it will give the same song by the same artist.
that also. That's so that's
Calculations and stuff.
right.
Yeah,
That's what
inside.
this is going to bring back.
Inside.
The one that I actually was parsing that J.
Inside, yeah, before the if error. Even before if error.
Yeah, this will definitely bring back the 20 of this.
Right, because how many people have been
Wow, apparently a bunch of people. I guess because it's actually parsing the search based off of just certain letters instead of. So this is
So it's getting even before that.
this is the correct one.
It's not even.
See, now they're not pulling the artists in the problem. Artists is also at See about the whole don't knowing where where the arrays are.
Well, there's like 7 different previews. There's like a regular loop, there's like a bit and stuff like that.
I'm getting another.
Well, that one's yours.
Yeah, thanks, bud.
Yeah,
It's not even. It's not
Long.
Yeah, in the code where you
So I got that if I choose this one, then I'm gonna go after this one. I'm gonna run this. And this is that.
Yeah, look up now.
So when you enter random character, what question do you
Event.
Open your.
Yes, what's that artist? What's the name of the artist?
Yeah.
What's the name of the artist?
Yes. Yes.
What?
Yeah. So then event, it's I run
All
this.
this garbage was here.
So if I type in the right artist, it gives me all the data.
How it looks for.
But
Looks like the yeah. So it might be saying like, oh, well,
I found somebody how to show
yeah, if you have something to say,
Yes, this one. The movies. This is about the movies, but
oh,
artists.
yeah, it's just pretty good.
And one guy just said that this should work.
So all you're doing is you said,
Yeah,
it's
but
not
if
creating
we put the debugger right, I don't think it's even saying
oh, what's your,
we put the debugger in this method, right? get event object?
Above?
No, I'm saying we just put that over there, right? The debugger was inside this method. So we put this get event. So when we put the debugger, it should have stopped over there, but I don't think it's even reaching this one.
You can try.
We can put like console log also in here, but I think it's like even breaking.
Say
Like over here?
character one.
Well, go inside the
New should basically say, okay, now set aside
this is the one that you are checking.
Yes.
So after the if statement, put a console log.
Inside the after.
Or just say get.
So it was where I remember wasn't putting the artist, so I just put I. Well, that array only ever returns.
You're gonna have
One.
to nest another.
No, I just had to change that to actually hard code that one from I to just zero.
Show that.
So that it prints the first artist.
Oh.
Because it only ever returns an array of one object with one artist in it.
Oh, so when you reference 32, it's like, hey, there's
Right, it's like there's no name at 32 in this. Yeah. So then it blows up, and now it.
No. Inside the request.
Oh, inside the
So-
request. Like here?
Yeah.
Well, see, when you create a player, you set aside a block. The engine goes in and says, well, how much memory do I need to store this blocky instruction?
These digits so it comes here and then so
So remove that?
oh it should have that's one thing after this one 965
Some
for
for
a console log.
two.
Okay, let's go back. Okay, so here's what's happening. It's returning your status code of 200, but your this thing is not able to understand what's going on. Yeah. So do
You want to show something, right?
yeah. So do a console log for this JSON data. This one after this do a console log and then output this.
Yeah,
this.
actually,
And that's so I think the issue is the parsing of
you
this.
have to give it values.
So this will tell us what you are getting.
So,
Let's go back. Okay, so it's failing in the parse. Do one thing. Take this line and put it above the parse number. It's failing in the parse. So take this, put it above the parse. Output what? So instead of this,
Exactly, that's the whole issue.
oh, I thought we were trying to get a stack over. What's your attack?
So this is what you're getting. Yes. 1 is equal to. So now go back to your code. The problem is it's not able to show me that file. So it's returning you. Yeah. So try instead of parse, I think it's returning you a JSON already. JSON. Seems like a string or something. Okay. So it's failing because it's not able to parse that. And doesn't look like this. I think it's like just like a string.
Because that problem to get the values that I make just the loop to run everything.
Yeah. So this is where it fails. So so the problem is they are returning something weird. It says want is equal to want.
Yeah, so
For some reason, this is not the right place. I don't know what this is. It seems like a string.
I can go like for example.
Use yeah.
I just copy exactly.
So it's the same thing that what you are returning. When you type in something that does not exist, they return you that warn is equal to. So what you will have to do is go back to your code. You will have to create a check and compare this. Try this. Do a JSON.string body. So create a variable. Oh, there is variable. So JSON string. Is equal to JSON string defined. String str yeah, that's yes.
This is awesome. So,
And then after that, we will console log JSON string. This is
okay.
That's the problem is you need to you will have to you don't parse it and then do a check say that if body is equal to and then copy that string then don't do it all that stuff. That's some research. Go back also see what I'm doing. Yeah, so you have to do is that if body is equal to or is not equal to exactly this thing, then don't do the parsing. If it is not, then so this is basically coming from the API and it is telling you it doesn't exist. You can't really do anything about it. What you have to do, you have to cater to that, saying that okay, if this is not the message, then I'm going to parse it. If this is the message, I'm going to stop there and display something not found. But it's going to keep waiting. The first one, just one? No, the first one. One is equal to the first one.
Ah, yeah, this one.
Yeah. The curly braces.
Okay.
you should start with something
And then you don't want to do it. That's like you just want to display it. Just say console log.
Okay, you just write something.
Yeah, and say it does not exist. We do a more sophisticated way. Everything does
So, and I don't need those.
yeah, you can't do those. You have to move it inside. You already did.
So I thought it was this because that's fine. It was something that I entered.
It was a what?
The capital. Everything else was fine.
Oh, is that uppercase? You have a lowercase something? Type one.
I'm gonna have error.
What is it? No, go back.
It's gonna be no.
So yeah, it's just the same.
Okay, okay, let's go back. If body is equal to so things that the follower it says
Right, and this oh. No, oh. Yeah, now, yeah. You didn't love this one, right?
yeah, I did. Yes.
So minus should.
It should, yeah, because that's what I'm saying, because if this is equal to this.
No.
So output says you are not
So
then it goes
I have a random dude named Steve.
So this is position one.
Guy on the street. Right?
yeah, so it's not able to parse. Well, it's giving you random position, but it's not able to understand because this is not a valid place. It has to be colon.
So
So it says
no.
one.
Now
Try this, go ahead. Do a string line, and then you match that. Calling the JSON string.
so before when it's filled with a bug, whatever.
Is that here?
So let's say
Yeah, yeah.
Works fine when it's filled with above whatever. But when
Everyone go back, and then just uncomment this console.
yeah, but it works this way. It's fine when this is above
Always.
whatever.
Always.
Image updates.
I have like Christmas tree sweater everywhere in the middle of summer because when you go inside and the AC is on, it's too cold for me.
That's what I had to do at in my job. Like,
Oh.
it'd be 115 out, and then you get in the office and it's like 73 degrees. Like, sit and shit.
Yeah.
Have to go outside and warm up.
Yeah. Okay, sweet.
Okay. Okay, so after the else, I had a console log saying inside the
Whatever happened to Tom from that space?
inside
I was thinking about it. Oh my God, I'm scared now. Next time I'm throwing that elbow, Steve. No, seriously, whatever happened to Tom from that space?
it doesn't match that. Yeah, so it's not able to.
Oh yeah, MySpace still up. I think Tom's still up.
I need to stop there.
So in the else, we have to again get even else.
No, we don't have to. It should have been working over here, but here it's not able to match these two for some reason. Because the way it is in display is exactly doesn't look like it kind of work match.
Seriously.
Like you're saying, have the screen. Sorry.
So you're getting this response, and this is going to fail this. We understand that. That's why we put it over here.
Oh, nice.
But now,
Travel photography.
whatever is coming back, it's not able to
Get an arrow.
compare these two.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, so
what
what I'm trying to do
So I guess I do care about his travel photos because that is I remember.
can we do
what I'm trying to do is a string contains
Yeah, once the Facebook starts taking over,
We have to go for lunch.
How come you have that
Hey,
That says.
but that's okay. Tom's sitting quiet,
That's what I'm saying.
taking pictures of whoever he sees. I think it's this one. Is it usually under 50 billion?
So this is string of includes and then it's not space.
A set way to do getters and setters. Like for, I mean, if you're just doing it for an object, it's just a matter of calling out that object's property and setting something, or you can have a function that does that. But for the most part, everything in JavaScript is public, meaning that whenever you create an object and you have a bunch of properties, those are all accessible pretty much anywhere you want. So, yeah, getting and setting is essentially object name dot property.
Donuts? After I just say donuts.
I wanted to wait to get
Oh.
I just said, do you have my figure, Jason?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's looking great.
Yeah,
It was first.
Yeah, you can just say, apparently you can just say like,
So
just an object.
So this is
Well,
one.
No, I can't. I've been doing good.
Because I think it worked.
I know. Sure.
Oh, something.
You know what I've been thinking about? Like 2 weeks.
So, stop.
So it's not yet.
Not really, but.
But you now you can figure out that what you have to do. Now this is the problem. This is an issue that you have to put this condition for sure. Now what you do with this condition, how you display that's important. This is how it's going to be.
I'm going. So I chose go home.
You are not yet.
Can't stop now.
Are you doing these things?
So you're setting this is
Hey, Jason, you should check.
No, do it.
It's a tricky, it's a tricky API. They're not even sending you a JSON response.
Too late.
Yeah.
No, I started. No, what's the different tablets on there? Got one. I just like picked one of them that I thought looked cool.
Well, the other option too is to rename the modules.
Man, if anyone freaking, I mean, now
Add
we're,
more modules and new modules.
do that, try it yourself.
And then push again, and what it will do is, I think, I haven't tried this, but I think it will say, oh, you move this to a new name, but now it's part of the new one.
Website where it just has
I
all
will
the
push
code.
it, but I'll just get rid of it. And that way you don't use the whole thing. Then you
Whether
can
you still
change
into it,
that.
like, is this one even gonna be easy to do? I don't know if this will be easy to put your stuff in there. Then all those buttons on the top, it looks like changing like the background and stuff, so. Yeah. It worked earlier. Yeah, which is good. Check those buttons, see what they do. Okay, cool. It was all on one page. That's pretty cool, actually. Click on the card. Yeah, copy all that code. You could just like control A and do in case you miss some stuff at the top or something. Control is right top, did you miss all of it? Wait, you were just gonna update the old one too, right? I think it's that one and the responsive one that are your old portfolio. It's fine.
That's just a story.
Deletions for this.
Everybody knows.
Yeah, but if you're trying to do it too large.
So you can run
Well, it's gonna let me automate it.
Did you make me one for it?
No.
Oh, just fine. Okay, please shuffle.
So then you can copy the one from that. And it won't put up any.
To edit it though, you're gonna have to pull it, update it, and then push the keyframe back to it. So you do it from there. You gotta do it from there, but yeah, you gotta find the repository in there. Or if you don't know where the repository is, load it again.
Was that your only issue?
That was the big issue, was like they didn't want to have to use the repository.
Yeah, that's a silly thing that happened with. I wish I could
figured it out.
I did.
Yep.
That's not fair. Grab it all.
You
silly It's still.
And then after it comes up, I like CD inside that food shop portfolio, so you're already in it. So then, yeah. So then once you save your code, you just like push it back out.
Smart enough to know that it's not.
Oh, it's here, right?
Yeah. Pretty much, you don't really need those other ones anymore. You're pretty much only going to need that index. You just replace all your code with that new code.
He doesn't exist. Is he alive? Where is he?
Yeah, go over that too. Probably gonna be a lot of stuff that you don't need anymore.
Yeah, but you're opening the box and passing it. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm very easily. Thanks. Yeah, no problem.
First thing I'd probably do is where it says like ER architects at the top left. Probably just like change
I
that
don't know, I
to
think it's
name.
considered a suspense movie, but it does have Rob Stein in it and like that's what it is.
My argument was that if Silence of the Lambs is considered a horror movie,
Well, if that's the cyber functions. By that, no all humans are made out of protein. Well, hot dogs are made out of protein.
It's a human
Even
hot
your own
dog.
hot dogs.
Good point, sir. Good point.
Remember that was
Yeah, no, I definitely don't think
Read that.
it's not a horror movie, but I just.
But it actually it crosses the line.
It does.
I'm not gonna do like
These are
these are not like it's straight.
or it sounds order doesn't matter. As long as they don't see it.
It's like war porn meets actual legitimate
contact.
Yeah.
So where it says
So you
project,
see
you
this.
just change that like very quick. So you can just change that like portfolio.
Massage therapist. No, massage therapist is cool as fuck.
What do you think of cannibals?
No, seriously, we always talk about the most ridiculous stuff.
Then whatever you prepared,
And I get like,
next time you do something, it should be
like yeah, like where like it's
yeah, should be maintained.
yeah. So like sometimes he'll like find a really bad spot and he'll be like start asking me weird questions.
Contact.
Or like
Or it actually has that
So
project
Yeah.
section. Or just name like that portfolio and then put your review. Yeah.
nice. No, it is definitely torture, but I love it.
Former CIA.
Leave your comments on your the massage is phenomenal, but I thought it was really. What is the square root of 144? 12!
And then
What is it like?
where it has that summer house, brick house, renovated barn house,
No, no.
you just change that to your actual like your project. So you change it to like basically it's like all your homework assignments, like put the name of it in
No,
there.
it's not.
So and then there's like an extra benefit that
I get
I like to go
bad.
for a couple hours, get cultured, and.
No, it's the best. No, because I get really bad shoulder pain all day, every day. So like,
put
it's just
a
an hour.
link to your website in there.
This and I will also inside this.
So you don't have
The knots are so bad, like if it doesn't hurt, I'm not getting what I need out of it.
So greater than 0, then this one is 0.
Yeah, there's really your repository. Bring up this one.
Yeah. It's definitely making me way more tolerant to pain though.
And scroll down a little bit.
sounds awful.
I mean, I guess
It's the cure worse than the
You
disease.
want to change it to the source right there, or you want to change it to the master?
Yeah.
I was better for it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
Go back. Is the empty repository.
I'm not all the way through it yet, but that's.
So this one, this repository doesn't have any interaction with the I find a couple that has the actual one. But I got like a name or something.
Just now got this Netflix special.
Yeah, this one has stuff in there.
He
So
always
you should
does
be able
his
to,
comedy without his shirt on.
Oh my god.
yeah, so this one's already on master branch. So see, that's the link right there.
But the best part about it is he's not really going to run around.
He said I was seeing
It's really, really awesome. Which makes it even funnier.
He does it to make himself feel
does he like?
Is that why?
Yeah, he says he feels more comfortable having his shirt
Well, if you
on.
make other people uncomfortable, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think it was like at first it started off as a stage fright thing, so like he would do it to make himself feel more comfortable,
Oh.
and then it became his thing.
Yeah, it's just caught
So we're
on.
like, yeah.
Yeah, he comes out the first
At the
thing he
beginning,
does is-
yeah, the first thing he does is take his shirt off, and then
Let me check it out.
Oh, yeah, he has a Netflix special that is totally.
PSY.
It's the best.
I didn't like it. I loved it.
It's so terrible.
It's
really
amazing.
It's Bert Kreischer.
Just look up his Russian bit.
There you go. Like
That's
Yeah,
what that's what put him on
if
the
you
map.
watch
reference
nothing else,
that freaking
watch that.
eight
That'll be
Yeah.
funny.
You play Skyrim?
No.
Have you?
You put it like right before the P, and then right after the E for second.
They all
Like, just make like an A tag.
Oh, yeah.
with my nephew.
Yeah, it's like the freaking
I
left
don't know,
arrow.
man. You look like an
A.
average dude, man.
It's true. It's alright.
Well, it's like,
The other
that's
freaking
the
arrow.
guy. Yeah.
Yeah, opposite. So it's supposed to be left arrow A, then
Jesus
arrow.
Christ.
Yeah.
But my point in saying that is that he's not the
It's gotta
worst
be
thing
like-
that I've ever shown. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, it's not like he's not like a supermodel. No, he's not.
Yeah, then you gotta
That's
put
my point.
then we gotta put the psychic, the word psychic game inside of there.
Yeah.
But
It's
you
funny,
put
yeah, he was like six-pack abs and all.
the link in there.
Shape.
And then you'll, after the A, you do A href
Oh,
equals,
yeah, no, not that.
so you can do that inside of the A tag.
No, he's not an average guy. I mean, he's not.
You do it like, so erase that. You do it like right there. Just do like space. Yeah, href equals. And then you put the link right inside of there.
I read.
Yeah, you might need to erase that straight like space.
Actually, my supplier just stopped giving them. That's really what happened. My friend put it through.
So you know that href equals blah 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 or whatever. Make another attribute, make a target. So like href equals that, and then after that do target equals. It'll be inside of the A tag still, so right. A little bit left rear. Left rear, you do it after the parentheses. Because right now it's wrapped inside the A tag, and you have that href inside of there, and then you put target inside of there too. Do it right. Then just do target equals parentheses. I mean not parentheses, but
Whoa. Walked into the wrong conversation.
and then
There's always
go like this.
I did not see two. I saw one. I did not see two.
No, two is problem, like usually. But one is
That'll make it so that it opens in a new tab instead of just changing the same tab that you're in. So save that, see if it works real quick.
Season 8 was pretty good. Somewhere to be like a preseason now, so I'm going to the farmer's market. Plus, I started watching Ozark. It took me longer to find YouTube. I started watching Ozark and then
See, but if you didn't put that target link, it would have just changed the website into the new one. So that target link makes it a new like tab. So then add just whatever other ones you want to add in there from your homework assignments. I just added like all my homework assignments in there pretty much.
Yeah, I'm like, I have all this free time. Like, trying to catch up on all
My dad said it's basically so Dwayne's Ron like a sports agent basically. So it's essentially like the life of sports agents and the whole kind of realm of being a professional athlete.
No.
He's charming as fuck.
He's super hot. I'm gonna watch it.
Actually, not my type physically, but I think he's just got a charming personality. He's enjoyable to watch.
Basically, yeah, brick house. It's like the same for your format as that whole last one.
I just want to walk up and be like, dude, you're not that strong. Let's see what he does. I think he's gonna lose his shit.
You could just copy that whole A tag from your last one.
I know, right? Oh, I'm just getting bad shit. I feel like if I can get him to like be
Yeah, you don't need to do just that last part of it. I would just erase that trivia game that you put in there already. Yeah, just erase that.
I don't know. I won't do it. I should. I keep going back
And then the link, you just change it to your
honestly,
trivia game.
running that. Break it down. Anything that's like the two
You probably,
it's basically like
you probably don't need that image tag right there.
I paid
That's like not even
eating
particular
flowers.
really.
So
Yeah.
I can't do activities.
Yeah.
Like scouts, like all drink.
Same thing with that.
Do a scout.
I wonder if there's a way to change.
It's too flat. You know? I like when I do beer, I like the crispy taste.
Yeah.
I don't like the really flat.
Nice.
Not like
Oh my gosh, that's so good.
I like.
It doesn't because I still have to.
I like lagers and pilsners and ales.
Making you both next to each other.
Yeah.
Literally.
Anything darker than like this box. Well, that's pretty much every single scout.
Yeah, you could add your picture in there.
Can I ask?
Oh, I don't think so. Just too sweet.
Yeah. I didn't add a picture fine. I could have added the picture. The one thing about using those templates is that it looks so good, like working on the website or mobile and everything.
You gotta deal with it. I'm gonna change it back.
I'm gonna lose my heart.
Really?
Supposed to be out.
That's why you can go on your way.
Like after
So funny.
I want to reset my HP with the full, but also
So here's the thing.
No, no.
Well, it depends. So, when you run the program, as soon as it terminates, everything gets reset. You're obviously in default settings. But if you have the application that's consistently running throughout the program, you can have like a reset function that when you call the game not reset,
Yeah, I don't like it.
Let's say like, okay, let's say after I'm done writing,
Just gonna hang out like that's not a bad idea. So, probably not. I think I'm gonna put on what? No, you're gonna get to like, I don't know, I feel like then I go out over there and find out.
Well,
Like,
you're
yeah, he's there. I'm just
create a new lowercase character and use those characters inputs as inputs to the actual function. That way, it'll basically just create a new character object and it's the same character. It'll reset itself to 100, and then you can pass the inputs from the previous character. So that's one way.
I was kind of thinking outside of the Alice and stuff. Yeah.
So, and essentially, there's no harm in that because for the most part, whenever you look at it, that's just a reference. So anything
Get a job, I guess. In a way, like show that this one's like,
properties and values and characteristics of that previous character. But it'll be reset into, you know, essentially a fresh new object.
Well, that's your contact. Why would you put this?
That would really start
Honestly, if it was a race, like that section right there, which is I really don't need anything.
Well, that's kind of going off tangent in terms of the scope of this, but that kind of will get a little
That
bit
is about, you want to like change that,
you know, at that time, you know,
you probably don't need to do that right now. You just change this like little.
So I mean, there's a few different ways you can create a brand new character and pass it in whatever attribute values of that character.
Yeah, all the way to that last level.
Or you can have a function that will either within the character that'll reset.
All right. Before we begin, any questions from the previous activity? All good. Everybody was able to get to it. Okay. The reason I'm asking about the next activity is kind of similar, but it's a little bit more extensive, as a few more things added on it. Now, before we begin the next activity, just one more thing. Going back to our first example. This is what we had, and I was saying, you know, when you create a constructor, think a more generic, like a class. Like we had dogs, cats, ducks. They are under kind of umbrella of animal. So that's why we created a constructor called animal. Now, you will run into things that, you know, that properties that are common to one of these objects, but they are kind of not. They don't really go with the other object. For example, let's suppose, so raining, noise, make noise are common to both dogs and cat, right? Let's suppose there's a property that's more specific to cats. Okay, I'm not offending any cat lovers over here. I'm listening. So let's suppose there's a property that's only common to cats. As you know, it doesn't kind of apply to dogs. So what you can do is you can create new properties after you have declared the constructor. So I can totally do this and assign a value, and this way, this is only specific to cats object. And you can go ahead, do a console log, and it's going to show this, and you can use this property further on. The point over here is that, you know, some of those things. The another example would be, you know, let's suppose there's we have a class or the top level constructor called a programmer. Okay. And then from there we can have a teacher and students. So both are programmers, right? Teacher and students. We are programming over here. But let's suppose some of the property is more common to teacher versus student. So let's suppose the teacher has to grade papers, right? So this property is specific to the teacher object and doesn't really apply to the student one. So this is another example. What I can do is, instead of putting this property in my constructor and this will be always be false for the students, I could just create a new property like this and then assign it to it. I could do the same thing with functions and such properties. So the world doesn't end when you create a constructor and I cannot add any more properties or methods. You can still do it even outside the constructor, which are specific to an object. All right. Let me try to think. Yeah, this is this weirdness is only part of JavaScript. I don't think, well, at least I don't know. I'm pretty sure Java or C# doesn't allow this kind of things or goofiness that you can start declaring new properties outside the constructor. But JavaScript has it, so you can use it if there's something more specific. Use this property, and then you can do a console log or use that property. Now in the next exercise, you will see this kind of behavior. The exercise will ask you to create some properties that are outside the constructor and they are more specific to an object. Okay? Questions before we start the next exercise? Okay?
Oh, I guess
Yes, yes.
You add the property inside of that new function. So just like, or I guess that would never work.
Yeah. So like this, right?
Yeah.
Well, it's not, yeah, as you are saying, it's not going to work as in it's going to fail because, well, it's going to get ignored. JavaScript won't say anything. What will happen is, since it doesn't exist over here, this extra argument is just going to get ignored. It won't do anything. Yeah. Yep. Again, you would never be able to do this in any other language, but JavaScript will quietly be like, yeah, I'm just going to ignore this argument and be fine. Otherwise, this is a syntax error in any other language. All right, any other questions? Okay, so the next exercise is, and please don't ask me, I didn't create this exercise. It's called Tamaguchi. I have no idea about this thing, but yeah, so. No, I read about it and I figured it out, but I haven't. No. They have to be what? What was it? Yeah, that seems like so. Then this, you guys will understand this exercise really well then. All right. Yeah. All right, so this exercise will help you remember some of the good memories, hopefully. All right, so in this one, it's very similar to the previous one. We just add some more content to it. You're going to work with the constructor. They have properties, some functions. You're going to add some properties that are outside the constructor. So make sure you are reading this through. I think these are still fine. Towards the end, there's a user input from the command line, and Cody was asking about it. So there's the challenge, and I'll show the solution for this also, but see if you guys can get to it. This is probably the more, I think it's a little bit more complicated part of this exercise. But a lot of this stuff is kind of carry over from the previous one, just to get you more practice. Because the next coming sessions, we'll be looking some of more concepts, callbacks, and some of the other things. So that's why you need to make sure that you understand the constructor concept and comfortable with using it. All right. So this exercise is a little bit longer, so it should take you almost an hour or so. Start this exercise halfway through. I'll start coding some of the parts so that you guys can see if you guys are stuck. So you can look up and see what the issue is.
Similar to how you were doing like this dot function name equals function and then function equals b. Write it out like this. This b thing.
I think you just need to know oh no, yeah, no. So in the object, yeah, you have to. You could create this outside the object, but yeah, inside the object, it has to be. Yeah,
Yeah. Put it another one inside of one of those things. Or add and then it'll be in the yeah. Then it'll just be on the next line down. There we go.
So this first part, create a constructor. I know it looks like simple. There's a little bit tricky. If you notice, the exercise is saying initially starts out as false, true, and 0. Like if I was writing as I did previous ones, right? I would say hungry, sleepy, so therefore bored and age, right? And then I would do this dot hungry is equal to false, or is equal to hungry, sorry, right? And then similarly this dot sleepy is equal to sleepy. Okay, and then when I go to create, let's suppose I'm creating dog, right? And then I will pass in all these values: false, false, or all of these false, 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 true, and 0, right? False, false, true, 0. And if I had second one cat, I would do the exact same thing, right? False, false, true, 0. If I have a third one, I would do the same thing. The exercise is saying that this because you have to start off with the same thing, right? So these are all redundant to me. So I could just simply I could remove these completely and just set them false, false, true. This way I don't have to keep repeating this thing. Right? So that's a little bit the trickier part of this, that try to see what is redundant and remove that. since I'm already going to start with these preconditions, why not just set it over here and then change as the exercise progresses. I can always do dog dot hungry is equal to true if I want, right? I can change this condition. So constructor are kind of more used to start with the default value. So this is what they are like. They set a precondition value for all the properties, and then you go ahead based on your use case, you go ahead and change those.
Yeah.
Yes, you did. Tell yourself that.
Yeah, so pretty similar to what we did for the character.
Yeah.
So the previous exercise, those parameters.
Not bad.
You can do the parameters
stuff
that
within our
whatever.
That's a major step.
But you have to make sure.
Before I see it, you understand.
Yeah, you can always go back and then read it.
Otherwise, you're not setting the proper setting.
Absolutely. Which for me is very
values that you're passing.
Oh, yeah.
It
Like,
gives you some help.
Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Well, that's just.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you can just go ahead and send them all to that.
That's
or
a
you
good.
can say start out
They
that.
sent me an email the same day.
So would I even need to write that?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, because if you can see on line one, he doesn't even have parameters
follow
in his
all
digital
of them.
codes.
Right.
But
Yeah, you wouldn't even
the
need to.
best part was I was.
You would then be
following.
able to set him like this.
Yeah,
As you
so
see
they
it
were
underneath.
talking about how basically
That's how you can check it.
taking
So
Taking
if
your
I have it like
statements,
this,
so
I'll
it's like
automatically have these
trying to
parameters
find
plus
out
whatever I have
something
here.
against something to find out
Um,
whether or not they match.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so initially, the
Statements,
brand new
terminology,
will
you
have
have
those default
like
values
it's
that you
in
set
there.
up there.
Where
And
you
then,
say
you know,
something
once you
is,
call a dog dot whatever, you can then go ahead and change those values.
I just want to make sure that I don't have the outside or the mark parameters.
Union, yeah, so they'd have a, they'd have to say that.
Yeah, if you,
And then you'd have to compare it to the
Yeah, you
statement
can,
over there. And then they would run them through rules, which was the true or false, true or false, true or false.
you could also.
I mean, it's worth looking at 3 or 4 times to see if you can get some that stick, because like, and this guy was doing it like.
Because I don't think that
Well,
was.
if this, then that, then that, then this, and of course
I don't know
that.
if that.
Why would you say that? Just looking at it going, what the?
So you can definitely try this and see what happens. Yeah.
Do I have to add it in here? Or just
Yep.
write it?
You can do it just like that. So you won't need to put it in.
There should be a limit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a limit.
Oh.
And they're not the awesome. He told us like this.
Red flag on this thing.
Well, it looks like your code's scroll up. Looks like you're missing a bracket for your digital file function. So you can go all the way down to the bottom. Right below that comment, that last comment. Yeah, right after that. That should do it. And then dog.feed will get called. And then going down, should be good. Oh, it's because you didn't create a new tab. Oh, I see. So, you'll need to take var dog and var cat. Those two lines, they need to go outside of your constructor.
Oh, really?
When you're declaring, because you're declaring, you know, a brand new digital file. No, yeah, that's not, yeah, there you go, right after that. So there you go. So now when you call dog.feed, it will, it'll know because you're creating a new digital file called dog.
Okay.
And so this .feed equals function, that's good, that needs to stay in there, because that's part of the digital file object. So yeah, it looks good. So we should be able to run it now. There you go.
Like instead of yeah, like she's saying it's here.
Everyone's so focused. Everyone's serious, man. Everyone's in the zone. Zoned in.
Yeah. Yeah. So like that makes sense here.
I wasn't sure if it was supposed to do something on its own.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
As long as it's not like getting even worse. Like I don't know if that's worse. Yeah, you would only really need notice if it was specific information.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Very specific thing.
That's a good catch.
Surviving is good. Thriving is better, but I will take surviving. What do you guys? Eh? Eh? Working through it, or need help?
Because it's all supposed to be part of the ecosystem. So it returns that and that
Yeah, I can't make a so I'm going back to meet that, but other than that,
same thing for
Always.
I was doing
Yeah, it's pretty much just like fix it up and stuff. It was like pretty much brought it. It was like my garage had some stuff. So like when I went outside, I couldn't go back inside, so I had to change it up. And, like, like that. Yeah, me too. So like when I was sleeping, I was printing the age out. I was just printing the age, not this not age. So I was like, why the heck did this say 0?
right. Yes.
Other than
It was
yeah.
This is true.
Then you have to like make a function for the input that they put in. You do that for like process hour, week 3 or whatever. If equals dog dot sleep or dog dot.
I think you do like a switch statement and call the function based on what they put in. Like every time you play, switch on like user input and then put the every time you play, call the function.
Then you still have to make it it's like the cat or the dog.
Oh, that's true. So they could type in cat space play.
Yeah.
So,
I feel like that would work, and you could still only run it like one time, right? Then you do like the node JavaScript, like cat play, and then it would run it, and it would say like the cat played or whatever, but then it's done, like you wouldn't be able to make cat sleep afterwards, right?
I agree with the but people.
Oh, but even here.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it, so I can like actually like continue with it.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
Make it persist.
this is supposed to be cat.
That'll work.
Because you have great
And now here. But I still put it out.
Yep.
I've been told that I need to stop putting
It's not like that.
Because that image alt where it says house right there, that's why it's saying
That's true.
how so I think if you erase like that, that would get rid of one of those random black marks. You just erase that whole image tag and that whole div tag.
No, they're not.
So not that one. Yeah, that and
So there's a section there that says like yeah.
and then same thing with that one down there. That,
If there's house condition set to 0, which would never be
Right. And then down here,
essentially
there might be two more like that.
oh,
yeah. He was just saying that you're
have several jar files. Now, this.
That was one.
But if you want to run those is it after this one? Yes.
Yeah.
You got
Come down to the
you say after this.
this stuff.
Theoretically,
Like this stuff. Sleep.
It's a function, then there's like,
Okay.
what is the,
So go 2 down.
yeah.
We just push shift down time instead of go down the line.
Sleep.
Basically, I understand. Shift and push up and down. You only need the 2 down. So that sounds fine. And you need the next 2 down.
Or sometimes when I'm scratching the back of my neck, but applying my hair.
so yeah, I think this is how you,
obviously need the KVM.
Take that.
so you have these, sleep is a function.
Even if it goes, that's the truth.
What is the
Well,
so
it's sometimes data.
Other than that, if you want to freaking out for yourself, it's like pretty much
I don't know.
done inside that.
And I would just say, and there should be a space in that have to be the user people. And then I think someone else might help fill out no idea.
You're looking
And so then I
I
could,
had that too. I had
then I could go back here, do the same thing, actually, I have to go to. Well, I'll adapt it, but.
Basically what I understand.
So, this would be.
He gets one to say, yeah.
Go inside of the next group, so it's go inside of that category right there. And so you see the place here. Yeah. If you want to do the next line, yeah, just basically that's the last one we have. That's the next row down. So this, that one right there will be the next spot.
Is there a way to
So,
go over here and make this happen?
right after that. We're gonna do that down.
So
Where
far,
the arrows should go in that
I
place.
have we got to go from 2. What's that?
yeah, I don't know.
Just showing undefined.
If he
Did
has,
you have like a console log in there? It's sleep. So for mine, I had a else in there, so if it's not sleeping, I'm good. So it looks like yours might not be sleeping. So if you run the play function, I mean, with the instruction, I mean, if you would play some function, they'll get sleepy after.
Yeah, I mean, we could do it.
Everybody gets provided.
But still, we're then we're creating that track in there. I want to.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd be able to tell you how to do it in the
That's what the sleep is false sleep.
Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
I changed it to just it didn't work.
Yeah.
It offers a lot. Oh, so
You don't want your hour.
Yeah, I would ask you better what pretty much for the most part, the same thing with exception of, I don't know, Azure has like UC stuff but depending on what you need to do, it's the same.
Yeah,
And then for the bonus part,
Yeah.
for the bonus part, do they just want us to be able to call functions or like
So
actually
it goes,
create
so it's yummy.
new
Like,
No,
just run
no.
Yes.
Oh,
something's not working about it.
Oh. Fix that?
We might take this into mostly.
You have no idea.
Yay.
I mean, that stuff on the page actually.
Go to GitHub and just go to your.
Yeah. Activity that
To do like push anything to it. It's software, it's called.
I'm still confusing myself. I
I noticed like the same thing. There'll be
Yeah, I came in here cold.
But it's just like it's your username, not GitHub.io slash the repository. That one that you're looking at?
So when we have arrays, right, we can have array of objects also, and then object within an object. So just a different way. If I wanted to do this, using the constructor, I could also do this. I create an object, right? And my object contains the objects which are going to use the constructor. I could do animals dot dog is equal to new digital pal. Okay, and I can also do animals dot cat is equal to new. So now my animals object contains two other objects which are being initialized by the constructor. This is just another way you can have objects within an object.
So what's the benefit of having an object versus an array that will include other objects?
Yeah, well, so that you can, well, with array, then you will have to put the index number.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this one I can directly access my object with a dot sign. Yeah.
So loop over an object.
Loop over an object.
If you want to print dog and cat from the animals array, would you do that?
No, you will still need an array within the object to loop over. Yeah, you won't be able to loop over an object. And yeah, you can put all the objects in an array and then loop over and then get the object. Yeah. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that was a built-in thing.
No, not over here. Yeah.
You have to push it back to your
No, I just remember your first name. But it's the only name I remember.
So I'm going to follow this example towards the end, because you will see it's one of the solutions for the bonus. Kind of makes it easier. The regular one would be you put if else conditions like we saw in the previous activity, get the input from the user, and then find out what they're trying to do. This one is another one. Towards the end I will show you the syntax, how to call it. It's a little bit weird, but that's just one solution. If it makes sense, it's fine. Otherwise, do the if else one, that's also fine. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and complete this one. Let's see what is next. Yeah, you can use the case switch also. Yeah.
I want to delete this extra stuff down here. That kind of looks weird.
Bark. Oops.
So these are methods inside of your object. Yeah. So it's essentially a method is that's inside an object.
Like honestly,
That Google map and that mirror, that's the stuff
Let's see what these are. Sleepy Screw, these, and one set Sleepy Falls, set there's no. So because they went to sleep, now we're changing.
No way, this is exactly without the You just gotta type out what you want to do.
We haven't done the changing yet.
You can put your kids on, you can find your Strap portfolios. Oh, yeah.
So yeah, like if they're bored,
Or your
then
strap
we're gonna
portfolios.
create because they're active. Then we're gonna set board default because they're no longer bored. So yeah, we're actually changing
Go to settings.
because like when we initially set
And
it
then
up,
find the
your key value pairs. So like three is the key, the value would be false. And property value. The console audio.
Oh, you want to make sure to push it again.
Yeah,
Since
so
you
in this
purchased
case, we're changing.
So in this function let outside, I have a condition where I want to see if it is false. So this is how I check it. Like if this outside is equal to false, then do this. A shorter form for this would be, if I do this, this is if this outside is true, right? But I want to see if it is false. So if I just add a exclamation mark, what it does, it flips the output. So if this dot outside is true, it's going to flip it to false. If it is false, it will flip it to true. Just a short form to write the same thing that I showed you earlier.
You want it to do the same thing though, gets false or true? Like you want the console logs the same statement?
That's weird how it showed on math first.
Oh, no. So I'm saying if this outside is false, so then I do this, otherwise do this. So I'm saying if this outside, they're not outside, then print this out, take them outside, so set it to true. And if they're already outside, then I will do something that they are already outside. That's what it is.
So you don't actually have to put this .6 because we're going to remember this. So you're going to tell you to follow it here. So all it's going to do is you don't even need this at all. Basically, all increase age is going to is increase the age by 1 and then also log happy birthday. And we're going to run it inside of the sleep method. So we know anytime it goes to sleep. So you still want to have it. Yeah,
I love this idea. I use it in home, but I don't use this. It's great.
create your method there. But all you have to do is
Yeah, it's just way nicer. I can come along and
increase
Yeah.
age.
Wow.
Realize that. Increase the age and then print happy birthday. So just worry about that.
So like that's the
Oh, gotcha.
So like I can do it right.
So they have, I'm assuming, yeah. So we want to add 1 to this diagram. So we just want to, add 1 to this line. So you can do this dot age plus equals 1.
You're right. And the reason is because it takes the manage
And then
I don't think it's possible with this.
yeah.
Oh, you didn't did you do the
And you say
Sometimes it's
right, yeah. We said the period.
happy
and stuff. But like dogs bark and cats smell messing with like it's
Oh, it was a fire.
so like when you do spider,
Does it let us like
school.
Oh yeah.
You already gave us that link. I still have your savings right now. They should just update to the website.
Yes, because of the only thing I can think is
That one should be edit stuff. I'm talking about the blog. That one's good. No, this one is perfectly good. That's what you want. I think we're over to the okay, so now our increased age. We increased age for one. Freaking happy birthday. Now we want this method to be called by the sleep. Like if we scroll up to sleep, remember it said study to be false or the truth, and then we're running increased age. Well, that's what it's referencing. So we want to put our sleep method and we'll actually call the increased age. Because it's a function, it's calling a You don't have to give it any parameters.
Right, because you're changing the value. That's what I was asking. Like, we save the value. Unless you save it.
So sometimes if it doesn't know like the syntax error, the last thing. Okay, that's it. Just that increased age equals.
Like if you do something like play, you do play features, like call all three. Call feed first, then sleep, then play, and then call.
Yeah, so let's just run.
So I was at my working job, and then there's two people on my break that like offered me like the way to make money. So, like the first person was like, they're like advertising at McDonald's. They're like, yeah, where you go around, ask people who they're voting for. Like, you make like $15 an hour, and they're like, yeah, for it. And they gave me this freaking this thing right now. So I don't know if I'm gonna really do this.
That's why I'm like, always just read it.
I was like, I'm not gonna do it. My freaking psychology major.
So like,
It's like, but then there's this other thing. I don't know if I was he's like, hey kid, you want to be class for question today? I was like, no, yeah, dude. He's like, you got an ID and like cell phone service.
All right, so for the bonus part, So a lot of you guys did the if else statements, case switch, all of those work. This is a different way, and it's a little bit weirder, but I will show you. So this only works when you can create an object within an object. So if I scroll back, what I did was I created an object, okay, and within my object I am adding dog and cat objects. I'm creating a new using the new constructor, and I'm creating. So this is similar to what I would do. Var dog is equal to new digital pal. Okay, the same thing. I'm just using a objects variable, and then I'm putting this inside it. Okay. At the end, when I run this, what you would see is this is how my animals, this object over here, this is how it looks like. It has two objects, dog and cat. These are of type using the constructor digital pal, so it shows all the properties over here. Okay. Now when I want to get user input, these two lines are same, process.argv, you get the inputs 2 and 3. Now what this line does is it goes into animals object that declared above, okay, passes in the object that I'm going to pass in over here in my command line, like this, dog, and then the method let outside. It's going to call this method that belongs to this animal. Okay, so in this example I'm saying dog, which is my animal object, and then let outside, which is the method, so it will call this method of this one. At the bottom you see yeah, I love the outdoors and woof woof. Okay, this is a third way, shorter way to call the same functionality. A little bit confusing and a little bit difficult to understand, but you know, otherwise cage switch, all of those will work. This is just a short form.
Wow, yeah, that's super short.
It's super short. Yeah.
I did a switch.
Yeah. And I would do the same thing. Yeah, this is kind of a bit hacking your way to it. Yeah.
So what animal and what method?
Right. So what the animal has to be the animals that are declared inside this animals object. So it has to be dog and cat, and that's what I did on the top. So again, I started with this object, I created a new object, and then in this object I'm adding dog and cat. Now if I do the same thing and if I put a different animal, it's not going to work because I don't have that animal inside my those two apps. So you still have to do all this work though, but the only thing is when you're calling it, what this syntax does is basically says, hey, look into this whole object. Inside this object I have an animal of type this one, so I have dog, and so it will look into dog or cat, and then there's a method, one of these methods, and then call that method. Kind of different syntax, but this is what it means. So this is how you can get these.
Testing like the second input against the animal and the third input against the
Yeah, that would be the way. That's what we have learned, and I would use the same thing. This is just another way. Yeah. Yes.
With this method, is there any way of letting the user know that that function doesn't, that method doesn't exist for the object?
Good question.
Because I know with case switches in this, then you can't.
Right. Yeah, in this you'll have to do some work before. Yeah. By the time it comes over here, there's no way you can control
So in
it.
the object, you would have to do something.
Right. In the object, you will have to say it doesn't exist.
So the actual constructor.
Right. At this point, it's already done.
So you could say like if process the argv3 was undefined, then run that, or don't run that, or something, or would that work? Or if there's nothing, I mean, you can do it for all. If the argv2 is an animal that we don't have already coded in there,
Right.
then the argv3 would just be an error function, right? So,
Yeah. So yeah, if just like I did this one, right? If I do like a duck outside, it's going to error out. You're right. Yeah. So you will have to do something before, after this, and before this call. You have to determine if this exists. I guess you can do a if animals dot. Let's see. I don't know if this will work. Like animals dot dog is equal to animal, the input. No, so you're checking if this object has a, you already know this is this, but if this matches the input, or else
You have to call like a bunch of them. It's like figure out which ones change what, and then call
animals dot cat.
That wouldn't work either because animal passed in is a string, right?
Right, that's what I'm trying to see if this works or not. Yeah.
Are you comparing? Are you trying to see if this is an object?
Yeah, he's trying
yeah.
to. That's
You need
the
to use
object
type
of
of.
the string.
Type of,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay,
Go
okay.
inside. If it's outside the string.
So animals.dog is probably going to be a. Is this the Tamaguchi one?
yeah.
So you probably have to say type of Tamaguchi, I think, or probably just object actually.
Yeah, well, I have to check the input, right? If type of this animal, my input is equal to,
Yeah, it's probably going to be a string, so it's probably object maybe. Or you can
oh, it
console
will
log
still do it. Yeah.
whatever the type of is, and then you can compare it from there. But I think you can also, to see if a function exists, I think you can use this same syntax here. Get rid of the parentheses. You can throw this into like an if statement.
Okay.
And if it presents a value, then run it, because it'll probably return a function or something.
If animals method.
Animal, and then another square bracket, and then method. So I think that will probably return a function, and if so, you can go ahead and run it. I was gonna say you can use try catch, but
Yeah, yeah.
Do we have to go inside? Okay, fine. And then we can use this outside if they're no longer inside. But if they're already inside, and then no, they're inside, then we say I'm already inside.
then I would I'd put line 90 underneath your def, just so it can actually run before.
Yeah, I don't want to run it. I can just comment this out. We just want to see if it exists.
Okay.
We'll find
Yeah,
that out, right?
give something back. I can try it.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can do it this way. If it exists, run it.
All right. That is all for today. We'll be here next half an hour. Let me know any questions. I'll upload these solutions after I go home later tonight, and then we'll look at more constructors on Tuesday.
I was ready to keep going.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so like basically what I yeah. And I always just try and like break everything down one little bit at a time. Don't let me go
Yeah, this is kind of like a different syntax. That's why what it does what they are saying is if you find it for the if you remove it in the second one definition we remove it, right? So it returns true or false, but the brackets at the end are saying call that function immediately.
The square brackets are kind of like searching.
Right, so then immediately call that function.
Okay, thank you very much.
You guys are both from checking out this one?
Doctor outside, if the dog is
One time I took it to the shop. No, like transmissions.
we're checking it.
It's like chicken or so I think you just start to No, I was gonna check it. We can find more. I haven't looked in the video online and everything's the same as my car. Like I tried looking for a while.
Yeah, it's essentially the same thing, but
I'm supposed to check it while it's running, right? Yeah, if you want to come
That's pretty simple.
I think this one.
hi. Yeah. Anytime you can copy something that already exists.
Yes, sir.
Everything was very clear to
I
you.
don't know, I
So
One thing that like
Yeah, I know you
I
don't
think
like
is super helpful is just practice
Some
where
of
you
those
just write.
yeah.
So like, well, as soon as you start forward, you know you're gonna have it. You know you're gonna have to vocalize, and then anytime you do something,
There's only two reasons, well, there's only two reasons for that my experience, because I'm 30, almost 35 years ago.
and like don't worry so
Either
much
A, you're
about
pandering,
where everybody
or
else
B, it's true.
speed
You don't
wise.
see it.
Yeah, and I don't know about it.
Yeah.
That's making fun of sick.
I was doing it, I was.
I understand.
Oh, yeah. For New Year's. So, some people took it too far. Some people were about what you expect. Some people were.
Is it like actually feel like it's kind of making sense, like how it?
Yeah, some people.
Yeah.
And they're coming out.
Yeah, and sometimes like what I would do is like.
There's a lot of it's referencing.
Yeah. So like if like towards the end of class, I feel like I'm understanding a little bit better, and or maybe like the first half, I'll go back and I'll because now I feel like okay, now I have a better grasp on what I'm doing, so let me see if I can actually